welcome to the stream. We're back for more olcCodeJam 2025 jamming. I started a little bit last night, but it was pretty late when I got home from work and started working, so I'm just like, okay, cool, we'll do more today. So today's still technically day one for a couple more hours. We're gonna get started. We left off yesterday figuring out what we were gonna do for the jam entry, and we are currently setting things up rendering wise, and that's where we're at. Nothing too fancy yet, just trying to get things set up and ready. So right now I'm trying to work on the perspective for the pop-up sprites, and I think I severely messed it up because they ended up very sideways, so I have to look at that again and figure out what's going on. I just want to check something because last night I saw that this didn't actually compile. I'm like, that's weird because it actually launches on my end, so something's wrong. Cannot open include file util.h. So somehow, oh, I see the problem. In CMake, our includes don't have that directory. So anything I'm adding here, because Visual Studio is adding here when I do add new item, is not being detected here. So I think I just need to add another directory for this, and then go through and include it here, or write a script to move everything into there. Like, there's a couple ways to do this, right? So we're gonna look at that variable real quick. I think I can just add to it. I wonder if I can include, I should be able to include multiple, right? I'm pretty sure CMake allows that. Why wouldn't it? Let me see. CMake multiple values. I'm just gonna type this one directly, but I'm sure they all work. Multiple source directories for one executable. I don't want that. I don't like that. God, why does it have to be so hard? All right, CMake. Well, if that's going to be too difficult, then what I will probably do is just write some kind of, or maybe just move it. Why don't I just move it, right? That makes more sense. If I just put dot here, that probably will do it. Because let me think here. Sources and headers, right? I really don't care for them being in this folder. Like, that means I have to adjust the solution. That's easy enough. So what I'm thinking is I do this, delete these, and then everything will now be in here. They're referenced in here. Everybody's happy, hopefully. Let me do add existing items. I think it'll just direct replace them. That's my hope anyway. Oh, nope, it just adds copies of them. That's fun. And then... it's saying value cannot be null. Oh, okay, it's like the window's closing because they were opened before. That's fair. Wait, when I press enter, it's like... what? Let's do it the other way like I did before. Visual Studio being funky. Oh, it's not working. Maybe I should just restart it. Visual Studio really doesn't like it when you mess with the project directories, like the files internally. Always makes things an issue. Util looks fine though. Util was already referenced that way. So what I think will happen now is if I compile this project through GitHub Actions, it'll probably work now. Move files to main project directory, because forget all the silly things with the source and the include folders. I don't need them. And this should still compile. Never mind. What? Custom build for whatever the hell this is. Didn't work. What? Do I even care? Do I even need this? I wonder if I just have to regenerate the CMake thing. I really don't want to. That's kind of annoying, honestly. I might have to, though. My hope is that it works over here, though. That's like the big thing for me. If it works here, then I'm happy. I just want to... I guess we'll regenerate it and see what it thinks. Because if I regenerate it like this... configuring incomplete errors occurred. Expected a command name got quote argument. What? I wonder if I even need the quotation marks at that point. Maybe it doesn't like them. Oh, there's just an extra quotation mark there for no reason. Isn't that wonderful? Let me see what this says now. As for building, main already defined. What? Main already defined. Wait, what is this? CMake compiled.cpp? Where did this come from? Okay, we don't need that. Remove. I think. Okay, anyways, here's the... compiled app, that's fine. I can delete these. I don't need them. I don't want them. And need to add back in the header files and we're good. Just silly things with CMake that I don't really care for or want. Okay. So now that I've done that, let's move on to figuring out what's wrong here. I messed with the up yesterday. I don't think this is right, but it might actually be. I'm not entirely sure why this is being so off. Like, I'm trying to think of my... Oh, there we go. Okay, I was about to say, like, why was it inverted last time? Okay, it's not inverted now, so that's good. That's more or less what I'm looking for. Yeah. I just wanted to make it so the up vector is actually pointing up and not whatever it was before, because it made the controls all wonky. So what I need to do now is I need to find out what's going on with that pop-up sprite in terms of coordinates. So let me commit this real quick. This is the fixed project. Fix CMake project and V up, because we didn't want a V up that was dumb. Okay. I think last night I looked at the orientation of how I did these, and it went from like bottom left clockwise, but somehow this doesn't check out because it ends up me adding height to here doesn't fix it. Doesn't make it work, I guess. So if I put these back, if I undo all these, then we're gonna end up again with the sprite that is flat along the ground, somewhere near the beginning. I'm also gonna shrink the size of the sprite because I don't think it's doing me any favors with trying to figure out how it works, with it being so large. In terms of getting the rendering working. I'm gonna shrink it down to, I think we can go, let's try 64 by 64. Yeah, that doesn't squish any of the pixels, so that's good. I knew it was some multiple of 24, so I'm like, well, does 64? No, I don't think so. Maybe there's some pixel loss, whatever. Anyways, the point is I just wanted a smaller sprite. That way, when we look over here, we're not, like, going wildly across the world trying to figure out what's going on with this thing. So right now, as you can see, it's just flat along that plane. What we want to do is we want the sprite to be raised up to be facing the camera. So first we have to get it raised up in general, and then we have to have them angled towards the camera in some way. And go from there. I'm starting to think we can do that with transforms. I just have to think about how we would do that, because we got a transform by using this. Like, I'm pretty sure if I change this to a negative, we'd be looking up, right? Yeah, that sounds correct to me. And since we're looking up, we're not seeing anything because there's nothing underneath. So I think this is correct. And if I change the number to be lower, it should look like it's less angled. Yes, it should look almost flat, which essentially it is. So this is correct. This is what we're looking for. I just did 5 degrees. I think it's going to be more like 2 or 3 degrees. It might be that triangle 2 is the one. Let's just try to get one triangle upright first, because that will help us a lot, right? Originally, 0 I thought was supposed to be the lower left side. So bringing that up should mess with the height. But let's see how that looks. You know what's strange, though, now that I'm really looking at it? Didn't I have the plus height here before? Which I think messed with it. But let's try it anyways. Sprite height. So if I add the height to this, it's going to bring that up. Yeah, so that triangle is somewhere now. Who knows where? That's definitely not here. Debug it. Take a look. The Z is 64. Holy. Well, that explains it. Also, looking at the sprite, real quick. It makes sense if it cut off the lower left, because it would have flipped it. So if I add these, it would have rose those up. Let me see. But 64, which is a very, very large amount. Like, if I divide this by 8, I think it would be more reasonable. The camera is only too high, by the way. So, unless I go a lot higher, when we're adding more of these, we're probably not going to see much, if I'm being honest. I'm just going to divide it by 64 for now, because even adding 1 to this is going to be insane. So I don't think it's this one, because that's bottom left, right? I think it's... But it looks like we modified top left and top right, which is not what I was expecting. It's like inverted. Okay, so that's something we might be able to work with. And I mean, we're not adjusting the X and Y. Essentially, they're all gonna lie on one plane, like the X plane. So the Y becomes matching, ends up matching the X position. If I'm thinking that right, that sounds correct. The Y position should be the same as the X position if we're going to do this. Think. I'm not seeing anything. Why am I not seeing anything? Where'd it go? Did I miss one? Oh, or I just... yeah, wait. No. No, all the Y positions should be this... Hold on. Mr. Robot, hello. Where have I been? I have been busy with life. Life's been good. Been enjoying my time with life. Yes. That's where I've been. I think if I make these the same, it actually becomes 1 point, so that's silly. What I need to do instead is the Y positions all need to line up with the initial X position, or be, in my head, I think it's going to be centered around it, but for now, all the Y positions should be the same at... No, that doesn't make sense either. Hold on. I need to, like... Because normally, on the flat plane, you got the sprites extending out from the Y position out, so I want literally the X and Y position, when it's turned upward like that, is going to be the same position as whatever vertex is directly below it. So one of these two is going to be the exact same position as this one if if the sprite is standing up. Like the exact same position. The other one is going to be on the other side for the other bottom. So it's going to look like this, I think. At least in my head, that is what I'm seeing right now. What am I looking at? Ubuntu Jackson? Is that correct? I remember that. Good to hear from you. Oh. Oh, that one. Okay. Ujwal. Gotcha. I also remember that name too. But like you said, it's been a long while. I'm not sure. I think it's currently lying... Okay. It's currently lying on... Like, it's flipped. That's telling me I have one of these... The way I'm thinking about this is reversed. Like, I think the second one is actually the top right, which would be weird. I'm just gonna flip these two real quick, see what happens. You got your first job and you're a web dev? Ooh. Congrats. Huge. So yeah, that flips it. It's not the orientation I expected, though, which is kind of strange. Strange indeed. What is going on here? Alright, I'm gonna undo that, and we're gonna think a bit more about the positioning of this. So maybe a paper would help. Do I really not have any paper? But yeah, it's good to hear you got a job. I am going to be job hunting myself pretty soon, actually. I am officially getting out of the military. I've had my time. I'm not gonna say I had my fun. I really didn't, but definitely had my time, and it's time to look at greater pastures. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take these points and I want to flip them so they are risen in the Z. So what I should do first, actually, if I really want to get this down, is I've already added the Zs. So that should make it seem like they're just rising out from the ground, which this kind of is, but that's not... Are they underneath? Hold on. I think I'm doing this backwards. Maybe I need to subtract, not add. I didn't realize they might be underneath. Minus is up. Oh, wait. Minus is not up? Question mark? Hold on. That doesn't... Does that... Also, it's... Is that correct? That's really weird. Why is the orientation changing based on where the camera is located? Let me think about that. I must be misunderstanding this. I used to be rude to you. You know, I might just... I'll be honest, I wasn't... I was very much, like, upset about a lot of things in general a long time ago, if I'm being for real with you. A lot has changed since then. A lot has changed. Like, when I say I've been enjoying life, I've been enjoying life with people, and it's been great. My whole perspective on life has shifted for the better. So, I think I have a much more happier life now, if I'm being honest with you. I'm very happy. Anyways, I see the X is currently the Y position. I think that's part of it. And then... It's like it's moving with me for some reason. Why is that? It shouldn't be moving with me. Did I, like, mess up something here? You're not wrong. You really aren't wrong. And yeah. A lot's changed, that's for sure. This is weird. Just by changing the Z, this happens? That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right at all. Unless I'm modifying the Z manually using something afterward. Like, I am doing this. That shouldn't affect it, technically. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure this out, because I really want this to be a thing, and... What am I using for a GUI? I just use Pixel Game Engine. I'm just gonna probably write it myself real quick. This is... Maybe I should try to lift one corner first. Even easier than lifting two corners. Lift one corner up. That would be nice. Oops. It's like, it's down, not up. I don't know why these are... Maybe. So I subtracted 1 from this point, I think. Okay, so if I add 1, it should be the other way, right? But then it'll be upside down? Yes, okay. So I essentially achieved the effect I want by adding 1 to that point. So on the second polygon, it's right here. Or the second triangle, it's right there. That didn't work. Or it works, but it's flipped. So that this triangle is upside down. Okay, that's good to know. The other triangle is actually correct, I think, facing wise. Just also, I think I lifted up the wrong corner too. I'm gonna hide this one for now, or maybe not hide it, just put it back. Yeah, this one is a little different because I'm not actually trying to use that particular point. I'm trying to use, yeah, I lifted up, I think, this. That's not what I wanted. Should be lifting up maybe this one. What? Did I undo too much? No? Wait, what? Oh, I did undo too much. Or I never undid this, or I don't know. Whatever. That is... Can we say we're gonna order these by Y now? I think that's what we're gonna do. Y is greater, it goes in front. Should be... So both... In the end, everything's gonna be lined up, right? So... It should look something like this versus this. Because all the Y's are going to end up being lined up in the end. That's upside down. I think. Oh, but that doesn't work for the larger textures and stuff. Does that go underneath? Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Well, thank you, Mr. Robot. Appreciate it. You have a good one. So, let's see here. Before, rendering depth was not an issue because all we had to do was sort the sprites based on, well, their Y positions, but now, or their Z positions, because it would be a height-based thing. Now we have to actually sort them based on whether they are visible from the camera. So the question becomes, is it even worth to do a 2D rendering engine with 3D objects in it? Because if I think about it, we're going to run into this issue where things are going to constantly look like they're in front, but they're actually behind because we have to sort everything because we're just using the decals in these instances, but then a 3D object pops up. And that's not going to be sorted. It's just going to be in whatever order we rendered things in. That's just how this engine works. Because it was originally a software renderer based engine, so the question is, do we even deal with this, or do we just go right to 3D now? I was trying to think. The answer is we just go straight to 3D, right? That would make the most sense. Especially if I'm going to include some 3D assets in it. I think I have to. Like, we could bring this flag back. Like, there's nothing saying we can't. I think I just got rid of it because I was doing other things with it, but we could technically bring it back. Ideas. Or do we just go to something straight up meant for 3D? Right? Doesn't look like I fixed CMake because this still didn't build a web build, surprisingly. Main already did. Oh, yeah. It did that earlier with the whole CMake thing. So let's take a peek. This came out not too long ago. Some assistive utilities for working with the hybrid hardware 3D rendering functions. This utility is highly work in progress. A small portion of this utility is derived from P5.js. This utility imposes a way of doing things that suits the needs and styles of the author. It's not a full 3D rendering pipeline. It is not especially performant. It has severely restricted flexibility. It is a capable 3D graphics rendering tool when combined with PGE. I think it's time to give it a shot and explore this for today to see if it gives us what we need. I think this would be a good chance to try this out. I think this is what we want. I'm just taking a quick peek. Looks like it has an FPS camera. That's very useful. Set field of view, set screen size, set clipping planes. We can set a target. That's cool. We can set positions. We have different functions for view matrices, projection matrix. Ray versus mesh, ray versus plane, ray versus triangle. This is cool. We have a load object, create cube, create sanity cube. Okay. And a lot of our basic maths here. Okay. This looks interesting. I wonder if it comes with an example. I think I've seen an example running around. Yes. Let's take a peek. Couldn't hurt. I think this is the route we have to take, considering we actually want 3D capabilities. I don't think we can do a pseudo 2D engine for our requirements anymore. We're quickly running into some limitations with it, and we might as well do full 3D if we're going to do 3D. So let's get these in here and give it a test. See what it's capable of, see what we need to do, translate it into our project. So where that downloaded. Usually when I hit raw, it's supposed to give me the source code. And then we're going to grab the utility. I probably need to update PGE as well. It's changed a little bit since the last time we've been in here. But if this turns out to be noteworthy, then I will use it. hardware 3D.h. And let's grab a more recent copy of PGE. Yeah, we were on 2.27 before. Cool. Compile. Can I open source file? Utilities. Let's get rid of that. I'm being pinged. Hmm. What? Can now open source file. Mostly util underscore hardware 3D. It's there. I promise. Is that not one of the source directories? This is literally my example project. Surely I have taken the time to point it to the right places, considering I've used it so much in the past. E, for example. Okay. What does this look like? So right now the util should be sitting in here. It is. Why would it not work? It's just being dumb. Compile says, can I open source file? I literally just added it though, and it's literally there. Hello? Hello? Oh, I have to use quotation marks here. It's not actually in my sources file. That's right. So, yeah, we are... Okay, it literally wasn't in my sources file. It probably does this somewhere else too. Now instantiate a headless class. What? Or abstract class. Okay, yeah. Does the same thing here. I don't have these as like a system source directory, so I can't be using that. And then probably one more somewhere. Why is it doing this in the first place? Why use these? Is there another include I don't know about? Cannot find renderer headless due to do GPU task, which is from Pixel game engine. Oh, this is this new? This kind of looks new. Okay. Yeah, there's some new stuff going on here, but why am I using headless? Am I dumb? Oh, that's why I'm using headless. I don't want headless. And now we have already defined errors because this is already defined. Cool. All right, so this is a 3D example provided for the hardware util. I mean, it looks good. I love it. Give me a moment to switch on my launcher real quick, and then from here we're gonna go and try and utilize this. We gotta learn how it works, what it's doing. I mean, it looks cool, right? I'll be right back. It's also assetless, so I wonder how those circles are rendered. That's interesting. So let's get started in figuring out how all this works. Clearly it's working. Looks good. I like it, so let's figure it out. So we have an array of cubes, 64 cubes. Are they just... Okay, yeah. In on-user create, we have projection setup. Looks bog standard. Create cube. Maybe it just generates a circular texture using draw. Oh, I literally just answered my own question. Because I was like, how do we get the circles? That's what I really want to know. Light cube. Yeah, those are the smaller ones that are orbiting here. Position the cubes nicely. It looks like it's just using some kind of function. Projection. Set cull mode. Okay. Standard stuff for a 3D engine so far. Fake a pseudo view matrix by transforming in an identity view. So make some matrices, rotate Y, rotate X. I guess this is what's rotating the camera the whole time. If I get rid of these two, it'll just be a still camera. The comment says spin stuff, so yeah. I'm guessing from here. If we were to call translate, we can move it around how we want. And store the positions, of course. Can I just store it in Matrix 3? No, because Matrix 3 is recalled every time. Can I, like... I wonder why it's MF. Oh, float. Okay. So we'll say this is like the... I'm gonna call it the eye, because that's what it was before. If I call this over time, though, it's gonna keep doing it, isn't it? It's gonna accumulate, is what I'm trying to say. Why did it work before? What? Hold on. Translate double double. Oh, they all have to be the same type. Let's see. Okay, anyway. I'm like, why did it work before? That doesn't make any sense. We are inside. We're also not moving, so it's not accumulating. I honestly thought it was gonna accumulate, but it's just straight up setting it. Because it's called translate. Create the translation matrix. Oh, okay, it calls identity, so it does reset it every time. Good to know. So all we do store is a position. Do we have a Vec3D in here or something? Oh, we do. Cool. So if I do something like that, right? And then should be able to move it around. Is this not... What? What? Hello? Oh, no way. Did it get removed from the main namespace? There's no way, right? Why would that happen? It would have to be like using, or not using, it would have to be like enum class? Oh. It is an enum class now. Why? No. Hello, Colivian. Why is this an enum class now? No. I swear it wasn't before. I've been using key like this for forever, and I know it, because I abuse it. Class or enum key. Look at that. It got changed to an enum class at some point. I'm pissed off. Hello and welcome. Hope your jamming going well. Been seeing folks' progress. Very exciting. Hopefully today I have something to show for my progress. I have a bit more time to work today. It might be that Y is actually vertical here. Let me see. Or is Z vertical? Guess we'll find out in a second. It's becoming a space shooter? Nice. Not X. I'm switching to 3D. I have decided. Yes. Because I realized trying to do 3D stuff in a 2D based rendering engine is not great. I would need to add in the ability to do depth sorting, which is a whole nother feat in itself. If I'm already going towards hardware-based rendering, the decals in Pixel Game Engine, and I intend to use a 3D perspective, I might as well use a 3D engine. It makes more sense. So I'm basically switching basically switching routes. Today's to get 3D engine in. So I'm just experimenting with this right now, make sure I understand how I'm gonna be able to use it, what it's about. There's even lighting, which is gonna come in handy if I do the day-night cycle stuff. It'll actually look really good, I think. Let's look at this draw object function. We have a model view matrix, we have the decal, we have a structure? That's interesting. What's that about? A decal structure. I mean, I know what a decal structure is, but list. Oh, it's an enum. Right. Wait, a list? I think I have to refresh myself on what these mean. Oh, okay. So it's a list of triangles versus like a fan or a strip list of triangles. Okay. List of triangles, which means none of these are connected to each other. Each side is defined by itself. Wherever the... Is this not... What? Mesh cube. Where's the stuff for this? How does the contents of this... Okay, right here. Create cube. has functions to push vertices back. Okay. So like, let's say the front facing side, the 0, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, it does 8 vertices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why does it need 8 vertices? Oh wait, here we go. These are just the actual vertices of the cube. 8 vertices. These are the... Am I calling these right? Vertices? Points? I don't know. These are the points that make up the south side. Okay, so 6. Makes sense. Okay. So that's how it's being populated. Too easy. So that's the model for the cube. If we wanted to just do a front-facing sprite, we could easily set that up with just literally 4 vertices and 2 triangular faces like we've done before. We have position, we have UVs, colors. So how does the lighting work is the question. World space lighting. The 3 lights are used as directional light sources. This is a limitation of the HW3D approach. It's for basic 3D usage, and that's really all we care about. We don't need anything complex, nothing fancy. We just want some lighting available to us. So it iterates through all the cubes and applies the lighting per cube. So when we do this, let me see, lights. What does this contain? Quad 3D. Okay, this is a vector. They are... Are these just cubes? These are just cubes, right? Yes. Or they're the... Yes. They're storing the positions for the cubes and they're rotating. It looks like it's grabbing... For each of the vertices of the cube. Is that right? Mesh cube. Oh, okay, so it's taking this one mesh and it's going to apply lighting to every single one. That's why when we're looking at this, every single cube is colored the same way, question mark? Am I accurate in that assessment? Yeah, I'm watching the faces, yes. All the sides get colored the same way at the same time. Yes. So, like, for example, in a real lighting engine, let's say if all the lights were below the structure and, like, to the sides, right? These inner ones would not be receiving any light because the lighting is underneath and it's all the whole structure would cover it up. So naturally that is the limitation that this has, which is fine for our purposes. We're not doing anything fancy either. It's a very easy way to do lighting and it still looks cool. So that's why we're grabbing these positions here. Additive coloring starts at black and then add whatever color the light source is, question mark. It looks like based on the direction, yeah, because we're doing the dot product of, let's see, cross between, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this right now. P1 minus P0. And then P2 minus P0. Yes, that checks. At least in my head, it just gets very, very hard to think about all this, but in my head, I probably should draw it out, but I just know it works, and it's more or less what I'm looking for, so that's good. You know what's weird? It says the background is supposed to be cyan. Is that? There's no way that's cyan. but it's calling a clear buffer cyan, so I'm not sure what's going on there. That just sticks out for me. I don't know if maybe the buffer is like a hidden thing, and it just happens to be cyan. Like, I don't think... Is there like a screen clear somewhere? Here it is. Here's the actual screen clear, the very dark blue. It's only cleared once, by the way, because everything else is just drawn using GPU. So yes, this buffer is not shown to the player. It just happens to be cyan. I don't know why. I would imagine if you change this to something else, it would still work fine. Because it's just some hidden buffer thing. I don't think the value matters there. Draw cubes. So the lighting is not being applied per cube, it's just being applied to the one mesh cube, and then all the mesh cubes are being rendered. That to me is fair. So if we want lighting in our engine, whatever meshes we create, we have to go through and iterate through all the faces, all the triangles, and apply this lighting to every single triangle rendered in the scene for every mesh. That's fair. If we want to do some kind of lighting like that, which I think we do, it's going to be a fun little experiment, and it'll be cool to see. Overall, this looks not too bad. Okay, so basically you translate this matrix to wherever you want to place something. Like, that's another way to do it, right? Because it can all be relative to some point. So the model view becomes mat view times mat world dot m. Oh, okay, it's just the elements themselves. That's cool. The raw elements. Mat model view. Okay. I could probably abstract a lot of that away just so I don't have to think about that stuff. But this is good. It's simple, it works. I could definitely use this. I don't really see any issues with it. I guess we just start integration now. So first, I just throw this in here. I hope this works in mscripted. Surely it does. There's no way it doesn't. Can we confirm it works in mscripted? I wonder if PG Tinker already has this in it. It would be a good way to check. I'm sure it does. I don't think it wouldn't. Okay. I don't think this util exists in PG Tinker yet. Which is fine. Oh, I did not want to do that. Go back. Okay. Can I just include it inline? I technically should be able to. I don't think it's that big. Yeah, that's fine. I think he's tinkering with other stuff. I mean, no. It literally should be there. Let me see. Oh. I'm just gonna... If define, okay, so I found the define I need. Good. I'm like, where's this define? That's really what I need. Put it up here. No fill triangle decal in pixel game engine. What? What? You know, fill triangle decal. Pixel game engine 2.25. Oh. That fill texture triangle decal. Where does that function come from? Fill texture triangle. Yeah, where? What? Did I copy the wrong thing? Fill texture. There is no fill text. I must have copy pasted something wrong. Because that's not a thing. What? Right? That's bizarre. Wait, graphics 3D. I think oh, I see. I copy pasted graphics 3D. Okay, that's where everything's gone wrong. Oops. My bad. Okay, no errors. And then I want to try that example. I opened graphics 3D thinking I was doing this. It's called hardware 3D util. So very different. Delete that. Compile failed. No member name. Operator star in V3D. What? PG Tinker line 230. V3D lerp calls operator star. Weird. Does V3D not have a multiply operator? Why would it work in here if it didn't? Operator star for V3D. I'm not seeing it. Like, actually. Operator star for M40. Operator star for... What is this? Between... Oh, it's a scalar. Okay. Is it just missing? No, it's right here. I see it. It's right in front of me. This line should exist. I'm... Help if I type it, huh? Maybe it's because of the ordering? Because I inlined it or something? Hold on. Oops. Okay, well, how about this? Let's just get it in here and then we'll make sure it compiles, right? I guess that's the way to do it. So do I need any of this? I don't think so. I didn't make anything meaningful yet, so I think I'll scrap it and throw this in there. Cool, good to know. We'll remove graphics 3D from here so I don't get confused, because we're not using that. I'm sure we'll need geometry 2D again at some point, so I'm keeping that in there. That's always useful. And util hardware 3D is coming in. Okay. So let's just make sure this works. Probably need to include the macro, wherever that is. Macro somewhere. I guess there's no macro. Why won't this compile then? Identifier undefined. Oh, we need a new pixel game engine. I forgot. The newest and bestest. We don't need the old one anymore. I need to add using namespace LC down here. Can I open include file? We don't need that include file. Okay. So, here we go. Switch to hardware 3D util. And we'll see if that builds online as well. I just want to make sure because I guess more importantly, it should look graphically correct. I don't think this thing actually produces the result, but we can always do it ourselves later. It's cool to see folks making shape stuff. Just want to make sure this works before I proceed. So, if this works, we're gonna get the same example we had before going. We're gonna put some kind of like ground floor thing as a test, and then we're going to put some kind of upright sprite thing as a test. The sprite should be facing the camera vertically. This didn't compile. Let me see. Why? What did we do? Main array defined in C. Why is this happening? Must have goofed up something. Like, I'm starting to think that specifying this as the sources directory was a mistake, because it might actually screw it up and think something else is in here is messing it up. That might be a possibility. So do I care to try and build this myself real quick? I guess I could. I just need to remember the steps. EMCC works. Okay, cool. So I think we just have to run some commands. I know I have some projects that have done this before, so I could probably just follow that. Like, I have this mscript and build script with the commands, I believe. emcmake and then cmake. I think that's all we really need there. What? Generator. Bing W make files. What? Remove the cmake cache and cmake files directory, or choose a different binary directory. Cmake cache, cmake files. Okay. Next step is the cmake -- build. No member name. Okay, it's doing it here too. Why? Something's not right. Like, can we define it ourselves instead of it being a template? Would that be like a Suitable fix? For some reason, EMCC isn't liking what's going on here. Yep. Also, hello, welcome. Because I know it's a template, so it's like, it's meant to be produced via code, but like, it's clearly not, or for some reason doesn't want to be. So what if I just write it in myself? Right? Like, that would be... If it doesn't know it exists by itself, I will just write it myself. VF3D, like so. Cannot overload distinguished by return type alone. Is that overload? It shouldn't be overloaded, as far as I can tell. Okay. What? I almost want to just yoink this, if I'm being for real. Why am I getting this error though? This is weird. Oh, what's this? Yeah, literally. Like, why is it being... Like I said, I want to remove it, I think. Hmm. Uh, I... Auto. Missing type specifier. Wonder why it's being funny. Something's not right. I almost think it just... It's like the template is supposed to provide it, but this isn't even like supposed to be an error, at least as far as I can tell. Just no member named operator star in V3DT. So this is happening on line 2. Go back a little bit. Line 228. So this is when it tries to call lerp, saying it's unspecialized. Maybe it's a casting issue. Okay, so let me think about that some more. Does this even want to be... I'm... Basically it's saying it doesn't exist here, at least in EMCC, but it's like it'd probably be because of this. Is this under a template? This has to be. V3D class, that's a template. Don't know. We really don't know. Like, where is lerp used? Maybe we can just... Wait, lerp is not even used, it's just... It's just there. So do I even care? Do I even care? Maybe. Move lerp? Question mark? Like, what would I need lerp for? Realistically. If I'm gonna lerp, I'm just gonna lerp the values individually. Ideally. If that's the only thing causing issues out here, then I'm fine with that. But if there's more, then obviously need to look into it more. Just want to make sure these build. I'll be right back. Let's check this again, if we can build it now. Cool, looks like it builds, or no it doesn't. Well, that's odd. And then I get that acorn optimizer issue as well here. Why is everything going to shit? with this stuff. That's not the reason. Gotta think here what I want to do now, because clearly I can't be putting stuff in this folder. Like CMake lists really doesn't like that. It seems to mess up trying to do that somehow. I'm not sure why though, but it does. It must just be the way this is set up. Like, I haven't realistically looked at how these different projects are supposed to tie into each other, but clearly it's not doing what I think it's doing. When I create a new file, can I just specify where to create it? I should be able to. Yeah, the location, and then I think I can make sure everything always falls into that same location. Because I think what I'll do is I'll probably just have the directory set as src. I think that would make the most sense and make everybody happy. And that way it stops doing weird stuff. At least that's my hope. It's called src? Where is the source directory? Did I delete it? That's funny. Anyway, I'll just put everything in here. Then I assume we're hunky-dory after that. Or we do CMake cache stuff again. I wonder if I need to update my scripting again or something. That's usually what happens when this occurs. But Moros did post something about something being bad, so let me try this real quick. See if that fixes it. This has to go under CMake list. So let's see. I think I just added right here. Exported runtime methods, heap. I feel like this isn't going to be what stops it from exporting, though. I could be wrong. But why would that make it stop it from exporting, of all things? I mean, it is a build flag, so... And I'm scripting... Who knows what all you need from scripting to work and stuff, so... Yeah, that didn't help it, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Can I get the main builds working at least for now? Make scripting, or not scripting, make CMake happier? Question mark? Because CMake really wanted everything to be in a folder that's not main. The main folder. Yeah, I did. Otherwise it would tell me so. Like the step actually, or it isn't actually CMake that's having any problems, it's mscripting. I can upgrade mscripting real quick just to See, that's usually what fixes it, actually. A lot, like 9 times out of 10, it's always some script in updating that fixes this. I don't know why. Always has to be. It's like, what has changed? Why do I suddenly need to... That's not what I want. Why should I update it again? Okay. For this, on Windows, run this instead of that. emsdk.bat. Install latest. Activate latest. And emsdk environment. .bat. Cool. And so now I do need to restart this. Scripting is re-downloading its stuff. Windows build succeeded, Linux build did not. Ambiguous overload for operator star. Thanks, Colivian. Hopefully I can get past all these issues with compiling the hardware 3D util, because that's going to be the first task considering I want to use it, and it doesn't even compile for Linux or Emscripten right now, so news to me. Might be some bug fixing to have for Javid in the near future, or PR requests or whatever. Yeah, I do hope so. So, hardware 3D, we're looking at, should probably doing this one actually. So on line 1215, the screen ray function has this, and it's saying there's an ambiguous overload. I wonder if Geometry 2D had problems like this. Like, Geometry 2D used a lot of templates to handle these things. How did it solve these problems, if it did? Let's see what the common issues are when this occurs. The problem is that your class allows implicit conversions both to and from int. So a plus 4 could be either into a plus 4 or a plus for cow 4. With no reason to choose one over the other. To resolve the ambiguity, you could either make the conversion explicit, as above, or you declare either the constructor or the conversion operator explicit, so only one conversion can be done implicitly. Okay. So, we obviously know what the intent of this is, so we can go the route of just specifically declaring it. Line 1215. So I should be able to do something like this. And then the F3D. Right? I should be able to go this route. Should still compile fine. And it fixed the ambiguity there. Hopefully makes it work. Fix ambiguity for Linux build. Still don't know about this web thing, because web is having a weird issue. I guess now would be a good time to try and fix it, right? Like, it's not even a compile issue, it's just the linking aspect, the acorn, whatever. I don't know if I should, like, completely remove mscripted and reinstall it or something. That might be the way I have to go, honestly. I don't know what's going on with it that's causing so many issues. Build Windows is good. Build Linux. Praying it works. This is resolved, it's time to start working on figuring out them scripting problem. Nope, now complaining about something else. What? Did I not? Oh my gosh, wait. What? There's literally the same thing right below it. And it's complaining about that one now. God damn it. Of course. Okay, do that, and we should be good? Question mark. Fix more ambiguity. Oh, it's that stupid triple equals thing. God damn it. That... It's this. God. I always forget about this. I'm silly. Alright. Well, that explains it. Let's rebuild. It was the JavaScript code that was wrong. Okay, so we can run that. I think... I hope it's good. I just forget what command I have to run now to start it. But I have a thing for that, so let's look. Scripted run. EM run. Bun. Okay, and that's what it looks like in web. Very good. I just wanted to make sure it worked, and it works clearly, so we're good to proceed. Everything's fixed up, I hope. Linux build, are you good now? You were not good. Oh, I need to commit, don't I? Well, let me see. No match for operator star. Required from line 1215. What? From line 1215, which we're at, right? Matrix 4D and float. This shouldn't be a float. This should be a VF3D. What? How does that make any sense? ISO C++ says these are ambiguous, even though the worst conversion for the first is better than the worst conversion for the second. Oh, we have ambiguous operators. Because if we multiply... okay. So how do we resolve this? Should we make a specialization of one and get rid of the other? To me, that would make sense, right? I don't even know what this looks like. Let me see. So, we technically have a specialization of one of the operators right now. Right here. At least I think it's been specialized. Hold on. So instead, I guess because of this ambiguity, so basically it's invalid C++ standards. Which I guess makes sense, especially when you're getting into more like template mess, right? Kind of want to just have this side by side here. Okay. So we want to make a specialization of this. That way it's no longer conflicting here, because that's basically what this is we specify that this is exactly a M4D. Wait a second. These letters aren't matching though. It says TLTR. No, that's correct. A specific template just for this, right? Where TL is a float. Well, I guess it could be anything, really. But it's going to do all this. At least it should. In theory. I guess the TO is required as well, but I see. Too many parameters. So it should only have one parameter because it's being multiplied by something else, but the specialization is for, okay. The left-hand side is what we have to specify here. Let's see if Emscripten likes that more. Well, Emscripten's fine with this. What isn't fine is Linux. At least that's my hope, that it removes ambiguity. If we explicitly declare it. Like, do I have to be explicit about it? I'm not sure. Might have to be. Anyways, as long as Emscripten builds works, we're gonna press forward now. So, first things first, let's get stuff we don't need out of the way, right? Let's just start with the blank canvas and work from there. We need a mesh that's just a sprite, so I'm just gonna call it mesh sprite. And we need to define that, because we don't have it defined yet. So we'll make it similarly to create cube. We'll just specify the, okay, explicit's not allowed here. Basically, we'll push in positions to create said object. Create sprite mesh. So we essentially need one, do we want pop-up sprite too? Do we want these to be separate? Or can we just rotate them? That's a good question. So if I'm being real, if it's not a mesh sprite, then it's probably going to be if it's not going to be a pop-up sprite, it's probably just going to be a sprite that you walk on, like a floor, so maybe that's fine to have two different ones instead of rotating them. I think it'll be easier to conceptualize it that way, honestly. So we have a floor sprite and a regular sprite, and I think having both would just be good. That also means technically I can affect lighting wise the floor and the sprites with different things, but that's for another idea later. So if I want to, I could literally just use this, honestly. Replacing M with mesh sprite. Match the whole word, please. UV wise, it's 0.25, which is not what I want. I would want it to be 0 to 1. 0.25s are 0. 0.5s are 1. Okay. So we have the sprite mesh, and then we have the floor sprite mesh. Floor sprite would literally just be that version of it, but on the floor. So you can do like probably this one or this one. One of the two. So in this, y is the height. Okay. Makes sense. God dang it. I flipped these, but whatever. So we have those two ready. Here we can load in a sprite. Let's just load in assets, graphics, space.png. Or we can do, let's do the character actually. It'll be easier to tell the orientation that way. Hmm. Just making a list of models or items. Vector of references to meshes. To iterate through them. I don't think you can do this, can you? Oh, maybe you can. Is it just like anything that should have lighting technically would be affected here? Even going as far as this, honestly. Draw everything? No, because we have a iterator for all these. Mesh sprite, mesh sprite. Just see what that looks like first. So right and left is supposed to be X. I want the facing direction to be towards that axis. So I guess we would use east instead of south for mesh direction stuff. Let's see. See how that looks. Looks like I did it backwards, so maybe west. Cool. I think the camera's a little angled sideways, but we can fix that. Oh, I see, because f theta x and y are modified. So no rotations in either of these ways. Ah, so now, if we go along the z-axis, those are to the side now, so. So I was right the first time, I think. I think south was correct. Cool. Angle the camera a little down. Maybe I should have kept the theta, huh? We would rotate along the x-axis because we want to point it down a little bit. Are these used and they're just multiplied? Yeah, they're multiplied together. Cool. So I just do matrix 2, rotate x by, I don't know, like 5 degrees. Do I have to include util again? I think I do. Or at least the namespace for it. Using namespace olc utils, or util. Also, it would be nice if I include the header, huh? So we have util, degrees to radians, so we're gonna do like 5. Geometry 2D must be included before the PGE. Fair. Util is not a member of OLC. No, it's not. I agree. It's like OLC utils, which we might need later, because I think this one still uses OLC utils, so we'll see. What did I change? Oh yeah, slight angling of the camera. Yeah, we can see like the camera's moving down into it now and slightly angled. Wait. So that moves it relative to the camera? I guess that makes sense because the camera's pointing down. So I do translate on M3, which is then, I guess, added onto it. Yeah. Instead I want to move it along that flat axis. How would I go about that? Because this is multiplying. What if I just add it? Oh, that's probably not implemented, is it? What would I call? For like a translate, like, here I do have translate, but it's like, maybe the ordering matters? Maybe I multiply after? I don't know, maybe. No. I feel like it would just have to be done separately. transpose, scale, translate. Like, obviously, if I just remove this, I won't be able to move the camera. It'll be rotated, of course, but I won't be able to move it. Maybe we can make a thing for rotation real quick, just to see that in action. Maybe. If I actually apply it. Nothing's happening, weirdly enough. -1, what? 1 million? There we go. So yeah, but because I'm doing this, I think the angle with which we travel through is also affected by it. Because we're just multiplying with the view matrix. So what do we do? It's almost like I just want it to be another matrix by itself, maybe? But wouldn't I be doing the same thing? I would imagine so. Maybe not. Let me make the rotation faster. Maybe I'm just imagining things and it's actually fine. Maybe it's just an illusion, right? No, I think I'm actually moving through space in the same direction as this is oriented. Is that what I want? No, that's not quite what I want. So how do I get it to move along a different axis while having all this rotated like it is? Or maybe... Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm just overthinking this here. Because it's all, like, relative, right? If I... Like, I can think of it in another way, is I'm rotating everything else along this origin, and I am literally just moving along the same direction in this world. That's another way to think about it, right? So It's like I'm thinking right now, if I angle the world, but then I move along it in a different direction, I'm not gonna be able to travel through it the way I intended. So, hmm. Hopefully there's just something I can use here to make this possible. That's kind of cool. There's a array versus mesh function in here. Wonder how that works. Guess I'll have to experiment, right? View matrix. Oh, I forgot about this. There's a camera system in here. Can we use this? I think we could use this. I like it, I like it. Okay. Let's try experimenting with it. Using namespace olcutils, please. Or I can just do, I think, HW3D. Whatever. So I'll call this the camera. Hopefully it like just works, you know? That'd be cool. It looks like there's an update function. Are these just internal? Oh, to camera 3D, I see. So on call, it does all this. It looks like it's pretty legit. So I just call camera update, I guess. I don't even think I need this anymore. That was just me attempting to move the camera around. But now I think I will convert it into this. So we have like camera, I guess turn, what would be more useful, turning or strafing? Maybe I should switch to like WASD, right? D, strafe right. Left. For this, we're going forwards. And backwards. I guess we have to do something for everything to actually be applied here. Right? Because, I mean, we have camera to update. Maybe I should do it later. After all this. Okay, are things at least changing? I guess is the question. It looks like it is. So how do we incorporate the camera into our system? Because we have like vec view, we have matte view. Which is part of camera. So do we just say get view matrix from that? Instead of using this, we say get view matrix now? Because matte view we made up before using this and this. Interesting. So we might be able to play around with this later. But for now, I think we're supposed to substitute all the view matrices here with the view matrix from the camera. Nothing's happening. Or we need more than that. I mean, what were M2 and M1 before? Just rotations, right? Oh, I have math 3 and 3 in here still. I don't know if I need that, honestly. That was just a test. Actually, wasn't this something else before? It was just those two before. Okay, cool. Maybe I get rid of those. Who knows? Okay. So we also have a get projection matrix. Do I need to call these two? Regenerate? Because, I mean, they get called here at the beginning. I don't think I have to do that again. I might have to call this. It's... potentially. Inaccessible. Okay, I don't think it's supposed to be touched. It's not public. But yeah, get projection matrix. Because this camera 3D thing isn't used anywhere yet, so... At least it wasn't used in the example, as far as I know. Crud. Yeah, nothing of the sort. There's a test camera 2D. Camera 2D is another util. YOLO. I don't think you would do... Oh, there is this. Projection. Can I just call that camera get projection matrix? Okay. Still doesn't get us what we want quite yet, but I assume we'll be able to see if we did this now. Maybe not. Weird. Do I just unrotate it again and then do other stuff? Maybe that's what I would have to do, right? I would have to be like... If I did this and then translated? Like, that's what I'm thinking. Something like... Create identity matrix. Oh, that's just a brand new matrix. Or that resets it, I should say. Just be something like that. but then everything else won't be moved based on that. So that doesn't work. Which is why originally I was thinking, okay, just multiply into that another matrix that's unaffected by all this, right? That would make the most sense to me. That's what I had before too, I think. I had something like this. And I would multiply all that in here, but that didn't seem to affect it. So maybe I do want to move with it? Hold on. Okay. Let me think about that for a second. So maybe I did want this the whole time, and I'm going crazy. Why is it so slow? I undid the ×5. Just gonna make it like ×10 actually. So I want the rotation to be in that direction. Do I just translate within that then? After rotating? That doesn't make sense, does it? Yeah, that doesn't really work. That's just two different matrices. It's like... I mean, could I just technically math it out? Multiply it by... what? The sine of this? or something. It might not be Z, it might be Y actually. I think Z is... Can't I move? Oh. Maybe I should multiply the matrix. I think since Y is height though, it needs to be this. Not quite. Is transpose. Maybe I need to actually like mess with the target thing. Hmm. Converts a mouse coordinate into a raycast from screen location to the distance. Oh, so it's like selection via... Yeah. I feel like all the pieces for actually using a camera are in place already. I just seem to be having trouble actually utilizing it. It's like in the end, we have a view matrix, which we're supposed to apply, I believe, to the view itself, the game here, so... I don't know. Let me try it again. Because I wholeheartedly believe that was... This looks complete to me, for the most part. And it looks like for orbit, I would call spin. Would I call spin? Let me see. V screen moved. I thought I was just gonna do a low orbit, but... Oh, this is like... What if I just put a positive value for both right now? Well, it looks to me like it's something accumulated. Like how much the screen has moved. And I have to do the actual accumulation. like a moved amount or something, or moved, and accumulate that, and apply that to here. Something like that. Update. Looks like it just updates the camera. And then we end up with some kind of view matrix, which I assumed would go in here somewhere. I guess I can keep rotation. I don't think it'll be useful though. But it should fill this out for us. In theory. And maybe this is supposed to be the projection matrix of the camera. That's how I feel like it should work. But clearly not seeing anything, so something's not right. I could also use the original example and mess around with that there. As there's more stuff to look at in there, and it might actually work better for testing. I'm also questioning what I really want out of this in terms of how the game is gonna look. I can make it so the sprites are like, instead like leaning into the camera and keep the world flat-ish, I guess. I don't think that really makes sense though. Anyways, let's see. So instead of the f thetas, no f thetas, just something like that. So nothing there. If I do this, there should be something there. Just not rotated or anything. Hmm. Curious what the target is for this. Because maybe we have to set a target? Right now the target is 001. I mean, that's technically fine. That is a position in the world we'd want to look at. Because that's just forward. Oh, wait, it's backwards. What's our position? Because I think our position is wrong then. Position is 000 looking at 001. Maybe? Let me try doing camera set position to 00 minus 10, because I think that would technically accomplish the same thing. Still nothing, okay. Set our projection matrix again. I don't know if there's anything else we're supposed to set then. Resume, we have update, we have spin, set target, set position, set field of view. All these should have defaults though. Pan. I feel like I'm pretty close to making this work, just something's not quite right. Like, let me see if these values are okay. Field of view, aspect ratio, near plane, far plane. That looks normal to me. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Maybe it's because I'm still messing with the world matrix. No, I think that's fine. I just made mat view equal to get view matrix here, so if I don't do that, I think nothing happens. I guess we could add in the move around controls and see why we can't see anything. Try to see if we can see anything, basically. I guess the biggest thing is to see what the look at matrix looks like. Create a translation matrix via a vector. Translate. In M4D, we can translate via a vector. Wait, yes. And that's what I normally do, I think? Or I did normally before? Create a point out matrix that looks at a given target from a given location. Maybe we could just use this. And then multiply that by a translation, maybe? Just like the big question for me right now is how do I move in space? How do I move in the direction I am facing? Regardless of what my rotation is. Because right now, I'm moving along this singular plane, but I need to be able to rotate, I guess, that plane. Maybe I need to combine some things. So maybe we don't rotate the world anymore. Maybe we rotate the view. I mean, that's what I thought I was originally doing, but like I did this, and then what? And then I think I apply some kind of rotation to M3. It'd have to look something like this, right? Could it be the other way? No. Rotate then translate? See, this isn't like applying two things at once, is it? It has this like identity here, which maybe that's a bad thing. What if I just did that? I wonder. But apply to the same one. Just do that. I can't tell. I need to add him the rotation back. Let me do... I guess I could just make it deeper, huh? After? Before? It would just be a translation matrix. So for some reason, I don't know if I'm just being an idiot, but I need to be able to combine the two. Into one matrix. I assume it doesn't matter either way. Either order works. No. No. Either order doesn't work. One trumps the other. For some reason. Trying to think about why that would be. You know what? I think it's because rotate X will constantly be applied. After. And it's... It has identity on it, so it resets and then goes to that every single time. Pause doesn't affect anything like that. Oh, I just realized I'm still messing with the view matrix. I should be messing with the world matrix. If I shift the world matrix based on a position, then everything else just moves with it, and I'm not affecting how the view is. I should have been shifting the world matrix this whole time, I think. That's my issue. Like, right now, that M3 should have been for this. And I'm supposed to take that into the world matrix. I could probably just multiply it. Well, didn't I do this before though? Matworld.translate. If I add the camera position here, what happens? That will offset everything, right? So now we can see that I think I'm moving forward in the world, but the camera is oriented in a different direction. Okay. Which is what I want. For some reason, I thought multiplying a matrix there would do the same thing, but it doesn't. And it makes sense that it doesn't. I just didn't think it, just all of a sudden it's like, oh, I really need that there though? Let me see. I'm not sure. What does this? Oh wait, M3 isn't multiplied by anything. Never mind. So that's fine. Okay. I don't know why it looks funny when I do this, but yeah, M3 is not used at all. M1 is not used at all. M4 is not used at all, so. I need like a flat plane now. One of these. Just set one down somewhere. I would also need a graphic for it. Let's just do space. Poor Linux just getting cooked right now. It is what it is. Maybe later I'll have time to look into why hardware 3D, at least at present, isn't working the way it should. It's kind of weird though. I don't know why the camera 3D class isn't working yet. There must be something I'm not doing right. Because it looks good. It looks useful. I must just not be using it right. Oh. But yeah, I would be drawing a floor object somewhere. What'd I call it? Wait, what? Am I still drawing cubes? Oh, it's just... What? Okay, yes, that's correct. But for this is text space mesh floor sprite. So the floor sprite should be flat in comparison. I'm gonna put it at 0 for now. Oh, it needs to be the whole thing, but yeah. Oh, we're supposed to translate it based on a position. That's right. Well, I'm not going to translate it with anything, really. I think this is fine. I don't see it, though. Where is it? Is it because it's tiny? Might be tiny. Make it bigger. Well, I'm not sure how I would scale that right now. I would have to, like... add in another matrix in here. Scaling matrix. Have to be something like that, right? Uh... I don't even know if that would work for these, honestly. That'd be a proper way to do it. I suppose so. I just don't know why this thing's not rendering. Maybe it's literally the bottom that I rendered instead of like the top. I'm pretty sure I did top though when I made this. I thought I did. I did like top. But I put all the faces on the bottom. So maybe I should be using the bottom one because they're on. Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Like, it's literally supposed to be a flat square. Let me just do this for now. Because I changed all the ones to zeros. And that should be all I have to do. Oh, also the UV is wrong, but that's beside the point. So that is top. Oh. It was just up there. Okay. But it's also rendered. The UVs are on the wrong side. I think it's because of the winding order. So if I do bottom, it'll work. Yeah. The UVs are like backwards. So it's actually rendering it on the bottom. Instead of the top. Wait. Why is that happening, I wonder? Interesting. It's very strange. Enable depth test. I feel like that should be on by default. That didn't do anything. Hmm. That's interesting. There's just some new stuff going on in here than there used to be that I haven't seen before. Do GPU tasks. Like, we know when I was drawing the other stuff, it was fine. I wonder if that other example has those issues. Like, let's say I didn't... It's kind of strange, right? I kind of want to take a look now. So, what if, instead of it looking like this, I took away the vertex coloring, right? So instead of clearing to white, I clear to blank. Set the pixel mode to, or not pixel mode. It's pixel format? No. Wait, it is pixel mode. Alpha. So yeah, if we look here, even though there's quote-unquote transparent pixels, they don't show up for stuff underneath. Well, they don't allow other objects to show up through the transparency. And like other faces that would show up through don't show up either. So it's not really like transparent in that sense. Interesting. Wonder how hard it would be to get that to work. Mm-hmm. Texture now uses an alpha channel. I mean, it already knows that. It's just rendering it with like 3D stuff. Huh. Discard the fragment in the fragment shader? Is that even a good idea? Okay, blending. doesn't give us the flexibility to render semi-transparent images, which is also what we might want. Have to enable blending, GL blend. Prepare drawing. I know this gets called, so. GL source alpha, GL1 minus source alpha. One minus source alpha. So that is also included here, and that should be the default as well. Oh, this is what's happening. When writing to the depth buffer, the depth test does not care if the fragment has transparency or not, so the transparent parts are written to the depth buffer as any other value. The result is that the background windows are tested on depth as any other opaque object would be, ignoring transparency even though the transparent part should show the windows behind it. The depth test discards them, so we cannot simply render the windows however we want and expect the depth buffer to solve all our issues. To make sure the windows show behind them, we have to draw the windows in the background first. This means we have to manually sort the windows from furthest to nearest and draw them accordingly ourselves. Take the distance between the camera's position vector and the object's position vector. Store this distance together and sort. So do we just not and use like I don't know if discarding is necessarily a good idea. So it's just always an issue, period. Interesting. Well, we can try it. We have access to the shader. It's somewhere in here. And we can just throw that in, right? And see how that looks. I would have to switch to OpenGL 3 or whatever. Which is fine, I think. Where's the shader? Somewhere in here. There it is. So this is the fragment shader, and I think we just do what they did here. You just say if pixel dot alpha is less than 0.1, discard. Otherwise do pixel equals color. And then we have to switch to OpenGL33. Which I think is actually just commented somewhere. Yeah. Still didn't work. Oh, you know what? I probably have to define it in here, actually. New line and constant. Oops. Yeah. There we go. Now we know it's working because it gave me an error in there. Ooh, okay, there we go. So that does fix it in the sense of if I tell the fragment shader, hey, discard all transparent pixels, then that works. It's like a... It's a workaround, at least. It means that I can't really use transparent pixels without it boxing out other objects, but... or like semi-transparent pixels, but I don't see myself actually using semi-transparency for anything, so that might be fine. It's just obviously we want these sprites to be, yeah, available. We can see here, because this is like a flat floor plane, that we are actually traveling like along it. So I think this is like the basics of what I want here. We have a sprite that's popped up like this. We have the ability to place floor sprites or objects, and then we also have the ability to place 3D objects in the world, because it's also a 3D renderer if we load some stuff in, so we can also go from there. We also have the ability to do some lighting, so that's kind of cool. So I think we finally got a kind of a handle on our basic core engine that we want. Switch to OGL33. Modify fragment shader to discard mostly transparent pixels. I feel like the only reason this solution would backfire is for if we like have text that's mostly transparent or like fade in effects, they would literally pop up a little bit more, just subtly, because 0.1 isn't much. In fact, I would argue we can go down to like 0.01 and achieve the same effects and I'm pretty sure the user would never be able to tell. Because if the alpha is basically 0, then you're very close to the point where it would be so faded out the user probably can't tell something is even there. So that would still achieve the same result. I think it's now time to start abstracting everything and preparing to make an actual game out of this, because that would be the next step, right? First, I want to make sure that things are kind of lined up the way I want them to be. Like, for example, if I place both of these at 0, 0, 0, how are they lined up origin-wise? Do I need to center things? Do I have to account for that, right? I want to know if we're going to have issues with... I don't even know where this thing is right now. God, please help me. Like, I place both of these at 0, 0, 0, and then... It's like, where's the camera right now? The camera needs to be, well, let's move the camera to be like 0, 0, -10 or something. Hopefully it's facing towards, there it is, okay. So if I place both of these at 0, 0, 0, what does that look like? It looks like they're both centered around here, so, which makes sense. So they both start from upper left. And I assume that being 3, 3, 3, like this is actually 1 unit, 2 unit, 3 unit. So if I place 3 side by side, it should cover it up because it's 3 units wide. And we should also be facing the x-axis, so, or the x-axis should be going horizontal. I want to make sure everything we're about to do right now, we understand our world thoroughly. Because if we don't understand our world, then when we start placing objects in the world, we're going to be really confused when stuff doesn't happen the way it should. So yeah, scaling it 3 wide, looks like that. So I think what I want to do is, if I say an object is at 0, 0, 0, these sprites should be halfway off, if that makes sense. Like, I want it to be centered, right? If I place something at 0, 0, 0, I want it to be centered right here, not here. I think that would make the engine much easier to use. It'll be easier to calculate, like, collisions and stuff when everything is centered around the body instead of directly on it. So I would just do, assuming everything's 1 unit, like, that's another interesting thing. If I make everything 1 unit wide, it's a lot easier. Like, if the character's 1 unit wide, it'll be easier to calculate how large things are supposed to be. So maybe I'll just specifically say everything's offset by -0.5. I could do it that way. Like, I'm gonna be making a wrapper function to say, to position everything, so I don't have to put in like matrix world translate every single time. Right. I think they'll be centered. That, yeah, it'll be something like that, right? I think the mesh should be centered. Oh, that's actually a good point. This is currently, like, when I made this, I made it be like the back facing, like, imagine this was a cube, right? So that's like actually 1 unit further back, I think, than it needs to be. Something like that. So maybe I bring it to the front. Is that what I want? Because 0 to 1. but all the Z is 0, so it's in the back like that. If I just bring this out to 0.5, I think that makes sense. Yeah, more or less. Or I could even bring it out to the front of the square. Would that be even better? Yeah, I think that makes more sense. If I have an object center at 0, 0, 0, I want the front of the sprite to match right here. And I want to be able to detect collisions around here. Like, we're not going to have this weird depth going on. So it's more like we need those to be at position 1. I think that more or less will set us up. Good. So now I think it's where it needs to be. Is it though? No, now it's in front. Maybe 0.5 was the correct call. 0.5 is halfway, and I pushed the sprite. Oh, is it because of the centering? Did I go the wrong way? Maybe I went the wrong way, that's why. Maybe I can't tell because they're not on the ground. That's probably it. That sprite I made is not on the ground. So if I just do this real quick. God dang it. Not Canva. No. Just for funsies. Ta-da! Okay, cool. So positive is in this, positive Z is in this direction towards the camera. Positive X is in this direction towards the camera. Positive Y is going this way, I think. Let's confirm. Yes. So positive Y goes up. So I think we understand our world, we're in a good spot. We have to do minus 0.5, minus 0.5 on whatever mesh sprite thing we use. We use mesh sprite for everything that is gonna face up on the camera, towards the camera. We use mesh floor sprite for anything facing down on the ground for the camera. And then we have to choose an angle, right? We still haven't chosen an angle. Let's figure that out right now. I would like to hone in on a decent angle here that we're going to use for our game. Like, do I want it this way or do I want it more this way? I think I want it more like this, but up. Like, I think we're gonna want to angle downward looking into the world, but I think the sprite needs to be... I don't know. I haven't decided how I want that to look exactly, but this is pretty decent. It looks like it's a little more angled than I had before. Rotation is staying at 14 degrees. So it looks like we're going to be using something like 14 degrees. As our rotational perspective here, which I think would look fine. At least I hope it looks fine. We'll see. Set up world, angles, not world, set up sprite positioning guides and decide on world angle. Okay, cool. Like I said, I think today it would be great if I can get a lot of the basic world stuff started. Just set up a floor for the player to walk in. Maybe set up some, I don't know, trees and... Like, it would be cool if I could get just some basic world to walk around and have this animated sprite walking around and have some 3D models as well. I think it would be cool to have some buildings set up, some trees set up. What I should try and find is some, like, Pokemon-like assets. I think that would be cute. I guess I'm going to be looking... I like to look on itch.io as well now for some assets. I think that would be cool. Let's look for... ...3D or role-playing. 2D. What is going on? Tag 2D and 3D? That's not what I want. Hold on. We'll say top down. I don't think it's really top down, right? It's more like role playing, 2D, pixel art, retro-ish. Ideally an asset pack. Trees. Ideally I want something with the world building as well. That one looks kind of cute. Cute RPG. Kind of like that, not gonna lie. It looks very cozy. Cute RPG village, cute RPG interior, cute RPG world. What's Unity? Cute RPG asset bundle. Maybe I'll just get all these. Let me see. Right? Looks cool. Caves, grotto, winter, castle, mountains. I could definitely use something like this, I think. Alright, I'm down. For 20 bucks. What do you mean regularly 134.80? Holy shit. Let me hide this real quick from stream. You guys can watch that real quick. It's cute. Looks worth the price, and I can use it for my game. I would absolutely love to. Is there a download all? Please tell me there's a download all. Oh my god, there's not a download all. God damn it. Okay, well, let me download each of these individually. Oh, I guess we're done here. I can unhide. Download. Download. I don't think we'll use the enemies. We'll see. But these are all super cute. It would be really cool to have some like little 3D environments where some parts of the map are like hovered up. Might be able to do that using like tiled properties. Just be like, okay, the Z at this part is a little higher, and then because of that, it renders it higher up. Like, it could literally be that simple, right? Okay, so now we need to extract all these. We extract all, let's just say cute RPG, put that in. I'll just throw them all inside of the ship. This gets committed though, doesn't it? Or does it? Does bin stuff get committed? I assume they do, but we'll just have to, we'll just have to not include those assets, yeah. So... Oh, they also come in a bunch of different sizes. Thank you.gif. Thank you for purchasing my asset pack. You're welcome. Read me. Hello, thank you for purchasing. You can use it on your project, modify and edit to fit your project. Credits to Pixie Moon. You cannot sell, you cannot claim. Cool. We just have to give credits later, which we can do. That's fine. It's just annoying that it's in like a million different packs, and apparently extract all isn't for, you know. Let's see. Like, I need to do a mass, like, extract. I feel like something like 7-zip has that capability. I remember it being able to do that. Maybe I should download that real quick. Be much easier. 7-zip. By the way, it's officially day 2. So, welcome to day 2. It's been day 2 for like an hour. Okay. Upon doing this, I should be able to right-click these, go to 7-zip, and hit extract files. And it should work among all of these. And then I just select the directory. And ba-boom. I should have done it. Thank you. Thank you, 7-zip, for being absolutely reasonable. So I am not including this folder. this gets ignored because this is a purchased asset. But we should now have access to all those sprites and we can start divvying them out. So what I want to do is I want to go into tiled and I want to just make a quick map, but I'm not going to add like any collision or anything to it. That can come later and we'll figure out how we're going to do that on another day. That's kind of the point. New project. Call this Shep. And we're going to make a new map. And we're going to make a new tile set. Actually, I don't even know if these are tile sets. I assume they're tile sets. I hope they're tile sets. That would be nice. So let's say we got just village, right? Or world. Tile sets. Let me see. Castle, dark, desert, dungeon, field, forest. So we want something like field. Just to start out. Village. Maybe village. I have 8 gigs free left on here? Wow. 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 Like, is this the same? It looks the same. So 32 by 32. Are these 32 by 32? Like, what size are these? Because they didn't have a thing. Currently at 24 by 24. It looks like they're 32 by 32. Which is fine. That's a very standard size. No, they're 16. So 32 by 32. Is that what I would want? Ooh, okay. I kind of like that more. Just more detail, right? Actually, honestly, it's like the same, isn't it? Yeah, just scaled up pixel size. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So really I should be using the 16 by 16 because the rest are just scaled up pixel size wise and it will look funky if everything's not using the same pixel size. So I guess we're doing 16 by 16. Cool. I'll have to put tiles and stuff somewhere. Put it under assets as well. I'm just gonna call this maps. Move that there. Okay. Put everything map related in here. Cool. Good. So from there we should be able to design. Right. The map needs to be the right size too. We might be able to make it like auto tile this stuff later. For now I'm just yellowing it. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, definitely some auto tiling stuff for later would be nice. That would be great. Need like a decoration layer. These can be random. There should be a way to pick randomly. I think it's like right here. There we go. Yeah, cool. Just like that. And then it'll be like origin-wise, these houses and stuff. Well, everything would be on a flat plane, wouldn't it? Like the houses would have to be pop-up sprites. So laying them down flat here is like pointless, right? Other than just because. I have to think about that more. Like, if I add a house, do I just make it one giant sprite and then... Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. So like, let's say, for the sake of trying this out, I make this a sprite, right? I could probably do that. Excuse me. So just as an example, this right here, might be its own pop-up sprite. Would that even look right? Or do I make it like a building? Yeah, I would have to make it like three-dimensional, I guess, with like... That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Would that even be worth the time and effort? I think it would be cool. Definitely would be cool. Just... what is that gonna look like? Will it be difficult? Where's the grid? Okay. Chose which? What's a red? It's red X. View show axes. There we go. Yes, red is X. Positive X. I think it would just be more about like matching what the size of it is, right? Like let's say if we base it on this texture and this image being 16 by 16, then technically like if I wanted to use the sprite and make it look like it's legit part of the model, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units wide, right? So maybe if I do that, it probably will look decent. Probably won't look terrible at all. It's just a matter of orienting it based on the origin point, I guess. So it'd be like that and along said. Extending this face out to be 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Does that even look right? Midpoint's 3. Why is it too big? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess it was actually too wide before. That makes more sense. And then like if we were to imagine how far back it would go, obviously this is like a perspective, so it probably doesn't go as far back as it looks. It'd be more like, also I probably use this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 wide. Look something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God. 6, 7, 8. Along the back. I don't know. It's kind of big, right? So we go maybe this we have to guesstimate, right? Maybe something like this. Say that's a decent start. For it to map the upper part, we'd have to extrude a little bit here. Let's say cut this in half. We'll make it another 2 tall because the bomb one is 2 tall. So we do have to cut a little bit here, so we're gonna cut it. First, I'll make a cut right here. Now make a cut here. Connect these two. Make another cut here. Connect those two. Let's move that line like there. I think we need to connect here. And same here. That one's already good, I think. Need to delete these. Or rather, I need to extract. What? That's not right. Let me see here. I did this backwards. Undo is Alt-Control-Z? Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, let me back up just a tiny bit. Okay. The way I should do this is cut up to here. Really, I should have extruded less. Extruding more is a lot harder. So I should cut it up while it's like this. Or like that. I did not know that was a shortcut. Cool. Today I learned. Okay, like that. It would look something like that, roughly. And it's a matter of how would the texturing look? I think it would be as simple as putting these parts on the UV mapping itself, so let's try that out. I think I have to do, excuse me, I think I have to do this one and the other one separate. Oh, what? Why you no work? Oh, that might work actually. Cool. These all need to be like the same. Okay, so one issue I tend to have with this is, oh wait, never mind, it did it for me. Like sometimes they don't get sized properly. This time they are sized properly, or ish, so I think that works. I hope that works. Like, I just have to figure out which faces are which, right? Hexagon. Okay. Anyway, I will figure out how to actually label this. Let me go ahead and save this to somewhere. Assets, graphics, in assets, models. I'm just getting used to the process now because we'll probably have to make a couple of these. Okay, so that's that. Let me see if I can just map it now. So what I should do is export this model. Triangulate it? Sure. And then upon exporting it, I should get the image itself. Should I just turn this into like a shortcut? That way I don't keep going to it by accident. Yeah. Either get rid of it or make it as a shortcut. I think get rid of it, honestly. Why is it here? There's no reason for it to be here. I want to get rid of it. It won't let me. Try again. You need permission to perform this action. Oh. Boom. There's my permission. Get out of here. We're going to Shep bin assets. Yes. Just making that shortcut right there. Cool. So inside of here, yeah, we have our little cube 1 AUV, which I need to rename, by the way. It shouldn't be called cube 1 AUV. I make this mistake a lot when using this. So let's go to the outliner. I think we just rename it. Call it building 1. Building 1. And then I think when we export it, it will actually name it that. It stops being dumb. Cool. And then we modify building1.png with whatever we want. So let's get this open. Let's get that village image open, and we'll go from there. What? Where are the... Uh-oh. Did I do an oopsie? Where? Ah, god damn it. I apparently extracted them into the assets folder. Of course. Of course. Does world have everything? It might actually. Or if not, it has a lot. Okay, it doesn't have everything, but it does have a lot. Good to know. God dang it. Okay. 7-zip, extract files. Alright, yeah, I goofed, essentially. Make a new folder in there called Cute RPG. Okay, extracted them all. Probably have to reload. Good. Okay. It's all well and good. I don't know why we had to reload like the entire project, but whatever. Okay, I want the in image. I think we can just take from this as we see fit, right? So I'm gonna try this and see how it works. Like we have, for example, this is the front wall right there. I think these are sized correctly. They looked sized on there, so I'm just gonna try it out. See how it feels. Are these actually one tall or are they too tall? They are too tall. So that probably won't size right unless I use both of these, which I guess is fine. I don't know how these edges are gonna work out because the edges kind of bleed into each other, maybe? I'm not sure, right? Like, is it... It's only one pixel of edge, so is one side gonna bleed into the other, I guess is my question. Who knows? Maybe it'll look fine. This is a very crude way of doing this, but we'll see what happens. If I'm going to do this, I'm probably gonna put it so the bottom is actually on the bottom. And then fill in the rest with this sprite right here. I think that'll look fine. Oh, I need like a new layer. I should not be working this on the same layer. How did that mess up? What? Should be scaling it to like here. So I have to do like the whole thing at once, so it doesn't look silly. Okay, well, assuming I scale up the entire image to match this, I think it'll be fine. I wonder if I can define what the size... Oh, I think I can. Like, let's say we knew exactly how large this building is, the model is. We should be able to determine exactly how large the texture should be, right? At the same time, there's only specific sizes. Maybe I could resize it after the fact? I don't know. But it says it's 512 by 512, and we know the size of that wall, so it's like this is 400 wide for a what? Oh, that's the midpoint. Hold on. How do I know what the size of the midpoint's at 7, that's how far it sticks out. Midpoint is 3.6 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is the midpoint 3.6 if it's 8 wide? How does that make sense? More importantly, how's it too tall if... I don't know. Logic. Maybe I've been lied to. Like, let me see. Set scale center. Okay, so it is 8 by 2. Like, I can see it here. So 400 wide ish. Yeah, 400 wide for, or excuse me, 200 wide for 8 units. 200 divided by 8. So 25 per unit. So this should be 50 tall. It's 50 tall. So we'll say if we're exporting a 512 by 512, well, for this specific building, right? I think for different ones, they're going to size differently depending on how this thing makes it. But for this, it's 25. I think I should just write it in here. 25 per unit. Just keep that in there for fun. Okay. Do this. New layer. So since it's 25 per unit, I have to scale this up. This is 16 per unit. by 1.56. $17.25. That should more or less be the size we're looking for. So let's try it. See how that goes. Fun. I should be able to now just fit it directly, assuming it's the correct size. It looks like that is the case. I just delete whatever I don't want from it. Like that. I'm assuming that's just how it's gonna go now. I should be able to like open it or reload it. Can I like reload this image? Make external. I don't want to save though. Okay, hold on. Delete. This image is used by a material. Well, I don't want it to. Okay, unuse this material, please. Remove texture. Delete. And then I want to edit material. I want to assign a new image to this. That is not here. How do I get a new image in here? I forget. I think I just do image. Image. Graphics. KRPG. Models. Building 1. It's supposed to be 512 by 512. Okay. And then apply that to building 1. Base color. That's kind of how it would look. That'd be okay. I think that would look kind of cool. I like the aesthetic. I think it'd be kind of cute. It might not look the best, but I think it'll look okay. For what we're going for, I don't think that's too bad. All right, let's do more. That's cool. Where is... So back to the UV. Where is this? Oh God, where? Why isn't it highlighting? Hello? Is it bugged? Hello? Why is it only highlighting like that one face? Maybe I need to select the whole thing, don't I? There we go. Okay. That one's over there. So for that one, we're gonna go all the way to the back, or try to, ish. It's a lot taller, so it's not actually going to use all of this. I have to decide like what part of it I want to use. So obviously I can't use all of it, right? So maybe something like... We already have the rounded part, so I just need to like connect it, really. Maybe it look like this, and then we'd have to bring it around the back, so maybe taking... I think the fenced area is not going to be included right now. Or, wait. Yeah, the fenced area can go on another part of the building. So it's going to look more like... this if I just stretch this part out more. Something like that. More or less. Oh wait, I'm supposed to fit it down here. I'm dumb. Go over here, please. I was just trying to line it up with that, I think. But yeah, more or less, that's what we're looking at. I've always wanted to make like a 3D game, so I really wanted to try this time, you know? Something a little different rather than just pure 2D. I think this would be a very nice experiment to do that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make an extremely complex game out of it, but it would be very fun to try. I'm gonna delete, I need to delete this and this. Just getting rid of the white parts so they're transparent. Now the question is, does this reload? Can I like look at it again? Refresh. There we go. Ooh, beautiful. It doesn't show transparent parts though, but also I have to move it a little bit. It's a little off. It's off by like a pixel. I think it's because the black part I have to figure out the outline stuff. Like, so the outlines do bleed into them, which means I have to kind of, yeah. I don't even think the bottom of this is actually accurate. Like, it looks like for all these, the faces, they will use the upper left corner of it each time. So I should be able to just move this up by one. It'll look right. Cut, paste, move. Save. Delete these guys. And delete these guys. I guess I'll save this too. Should I? Yeah. I'm only gonna need a couple buildings, and of course I could probably like palette swap them as well, so. Just save it in here. Here we go. And then this guy needs to move over by one. Okay. Still doesn't look quite right. Maybe one more. Cool. Happy with that. It's like, the question is, would just the roof part be enough? Like, I think because it has like an overhang, we won't really see the side of it. At least that's my hope. Let's get this part into it. This is kind of fun. I think that's the best part, if you're like having some fun with it, right? Like, this is, I haven't had this feeling in a while. This is genuine fun. I like this. This is new. This isn't just me being like, oh, I'm just doing something I've always done. I think one of the best parts about programming is when you get to try new stuff and you end up really enjoying it. You find something fun you like to do. This is genuinely really cool. I like this. Okay. Something like this. Think I want this part of the sprite. Like, I'm really going for this kind of aesthetic this time. Just like, I want to see how I can utilize like 3D in my game this time. What is this? Why is it? Oh, okay. It's part of the building in the back. So I don't need that part. Probably have to copy a little bit over. But something like this, right? I think regardless how well you do in the code jam itself, if you're having fun, then it's honestly the most important part. It's just genuinely good fun. Okay, I just want to extend this out a little bit. Obviously, you want to try and make something cool, but in the end, having fun is the best thing, the best part. Oh, this doesn't quite connect. That is way too much. Bring it back. Almost. I wonder if my key thing still works. Does this still work? Oh, yes, it does. Very good. It needs to be like one more over, I think. Cool. And we get rid of the black outline. One thing I would really like to try and do one day is learn like Blender or something, a more professional like 3D program. But I think for the sake, for a more amateurish project, this is probably fine. This will work great. I think I will remove the white walls on the sides though. Don't need those. I don't even know how they're, where are they mapped? Hello? This thing break again? Be mapping. Okay, apparently the side is both of those, question mark? Okay, top one's up there, bottom one's there. So, remove this one. Don't want it. And then remove this one. Don't want that either. Cool. Like, I feel like we do want something there at least. Just because when we walk to the sides, right? There should be something there. You'd think. I don't know how well it's gonna show up on in the actual game itself. Like, let's... Can I pan? How do I pan? Forget. Camera settings. No. I forget how to pan in this. But there is a way. Used to do it. Like, I just don't know how important that's going to be, right? And it probably doesn't matter at this moment. Definitely don't need to worry about the back. But we'll see what happens. I guess I could use these for the sides. That wouldn't be too bad. Just to have something there in case they show up. Let me see. Probably use this color going all the way up. And then extend it out all the way across. Bring this up. It's like having windows on the sides, I think, makes sense. So that's kind of cool. Flip. I wonder if there's been a 3D PGE entry before, like using. I'm sure there has, but maybe like more tech demo-ish stuff. I wonder how many. Oh god, I put this on the main layer. I wonder how many PG entries ever have tried to do 3D, but also this is hardware 3D, which is like very brand new. This is like pretty much cutting edge, so there's that. Okay. It needs to be more in. Now I could just bring in the face, literally, on the model. That wouldn't hurt. Or maybe it will. I would need to extrude it. Do I like that? Let me extrude it. Because it would look like that. But obviously that messes with everything else, so I'm not sure how I want to go about this. I need to turn this off. Settings, keyboard shortcuts. Alt Shift Alt Z, open close in-game overlay. Let's disable that. Can I just turn this off? GeForce Experience. Surely I should be able to turn you off. GeForce Experience. Okay, so let me go in here because apparently this app pops up every time I press Alt Z and turn that off, hopefully. Do I really have to log in just to... Can I just uninstall this? Surely this is optional, right? There's no way this is mandatory. Uninstall. Okay, so if I press Alt Z, that no longer pops up. Good. So what do I do about this gap? Because I think it is gonna look pretty bad if that's the case. Like, just not sure. I would have to redo the model a little bit. Because now that I think about it, yeah, this like overhang thing is the problem. Either that or I make this bigger, which I don't really want to do because it's like already unit sized. Options, options, options. But I know this is definitely gonna look funny if it gets seen. And having nothing there also might look a little funny. I just don't know. It's just, I don't think the side's gonna be seen, so like, as nice as this looks, I don't think it's gonna be seen. So I'm just gonna hide it for now. Just a hidden layer here. I think that's fair. Alright, moving on. Moving on. Top. So this, we want like the fence-ish thing, or we want this top part, I guess, of the building. Let's see. Just see how much of it we actually need. We need more. A little bit more. Yeah. Everything to right here, I think. So something like this, I think will look really good. Oh, this was for that, so I need to move that over or something. But I kind of like that. I can dig that. Might have to like squish this part down, but I can definitely dig that. Let's see. This needs to come down to here. That's probably fine. And then I don't know about this fence-ish stuff. I think the fence stuff is gonna go away, to be honest. I don't think we really need that. Let me get this edge connected or displayed. I don't think it's gonna be as tall, considering we had to have that sign thing there. Maybe? How do we feel? Kind of like that. Needs to go a little further, but the idea is there. Good? Good. Okay. Like I said, probably get rid of this. I don't think we're gonna use it. Cool. See this side? Again, I think the sides are gonna be invisible, at least for now. So that one's gone. Maybe we have green spanning the entire side of that, at least. I think that would make sense visually. One too tall. One too short. Needs to cover the bottom pixel. Perfect. And then the roof. I cut the top a bit. And I have to bring the left side in a little. Like that. Cool. No, I really like that. It's good. Don't have to worry about the back faces. I'll get rid of the side face, and I think we're okay for now. Good. Let's save, export, and try to render it now, because I think we are ready to do so. For now, I just want to see it in the program, and then we'll go from there. So, loading an object. It's gonna be another big thing we're gonna have to do. Let's see. Till hardware 3D. Looking at OBJ, load OBJ. Requires a path, returns an optional mesh. I assume if it actually loads, it'll return it. Optional. Okay. So attempt to load object from path. Assets, models. Slash building one.obj. And we're gonna say if not, then we're gonna crash because something bad happened. Could not load building. Obviously, we have to make a resource manager later to make these things a little bit more sane. So we're not manually writing everything. So it didn't crash, which means it loaded it. So now let's try to render it. We just have to store the mesh somewhere. Mesh building. And then we get to render it down here or something. I'm pretty sure if I put it 0, 0, 0, it's gonna look silly, but I'm also not gonna scale it. But let's see. I'm just gonna use the space texture for a moment. Mesh building. Just want to make sure it renders, right? If it renders. Doesn't look like it rendered. There's nothing here. So... what happened? I guess I didn't set it, did I? We need to store the result. So we're gonna do auto, load, building, load, building, load. Else, store mesh building inside building load. There we go. Is that really how big it is? Jesus. Wait, why is it that large? What? How is it that large? did I scale it still? No, I didn't scale it. Oh, I still have scale here though. Okay, that explains it. I'm like, surely it's scaled. I'm like, Jesus. Okay, my only other concern right now is this thing is inverted, I think. I think it's inverted. Because positive x is supposed to be the other way, right? At least the way I modeled it. So this is like the back. If I'm being honest. I think this is the... Wait, is this the front? Oh. It's just, it's mirrored. It's flipped. That's weird. I don't want to swap the Y and Z axes, but it's just flipped. At least my expectation, like I set these up, I went, okay, positive is along that direction, right? I moved them positively along here. It was 1, 2, 3. So all right, let me add the texture now. My only other concern is that that sprite is actually overlapping with this building. Like, you can clearly tell it's peeking through it, which is some cause for concern. But I want to also believe it's because this face is, yeah, it's Z colliding with it. If I push it forward by even slightly, it won't do that. Like if I just went a little bit along the Z-axis, it should no longer do that. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. But it's flipped. Let me load in the meshes image real quick. Text building, and we'll just see what that looks like. Assets, models, building 1. .png. Okay. And then put text building here for the image. There is nothing. Did it just not load? I wanted to throw if this happens. Could not load image S file. Because I would like to know when this actually fails. It'll tell me that something's wrong. So it didn't fail to load. It's just the image is not working. Does it not have UV coordinates? Because maybe I did have to check the export UVs. Let me see. Oh, god dang it. It only has faces. Of course it does. So we have to make sure when we export, we also export the UV coordinates. I don't need the normals. We don't use the normals for anything. Load it again. There we go. What do we got? So yes, as I feared, it's inverted. Actually, now that, yeah, it looks like the winding order is backwards. Like, if I... clockwise calling, maybe? Let me see. Ah, interesting. Okay, well... Hmm. Yeah, I'd imagine if we up here and we walk to the sides, we will see the sides of the building. So something has to go here. Something does need to do that. We'll figure that out eventually. Okay. But yes, that also means everything else is wrong now. So what do I do? Do I set the call mode clockwise when only rendering the meshes because they do that? Or can I change the winding order in Wings 3D? It doesn't look like I can, so maybe I'm gonna have to set the calling mode every time I render a mesh. Unless I run it through another program after, but I really don't want to do that, so... Do I get the best of both worlds now? No? Oh, I have to set the call mode again afterwards. There we go. So I think I'm gonna have to do that. If I choose to load models, then I have to do that afterward. Oh, also the transparency thing might cause issues with... Oh wait, no, never mind. Just... That's right, they get deleted. So if I moved this model to be at like 0.5 or something, we'll see the floor underneath. Because I made sure to call. Yeah, okay. But still, that's besides the point. If the game's going to have buildings like this and we're going to walk around them, like, I assume the cameras... Now that I think about it, I actually think the camera should be... Trying to think here. I mean, do I like this? Kind of. I was kind of hoping for a more angled perspective, so maybe we go even further. Now that I have a building there, it gives me even more reason to want to change it. Because this is what I was going for originally, but now that I'm looking, I'm like, maybe a bit more. If I'm being completely real here. Maybe more like this. I think that would be just fine. Like, but how high would it be? Probably be pretty high. Like this. Just deciding on what, like, the default camera settings will end up being, right? Something like that. It's all good information. So, what's the Y? The Y is currently negative 2.4. What? Wait, it's lower than where it started? Apparently. Negative 2.4. We want the rotation to be 28.9 degrees. Huh, okay. No, I kind of like this. This is good. And if we put a player character somewhere up here, that might be fun, right? It still feels a little too close. Like, I could definitely go higher, I think. Maybe? Maybe like this. That feels good. I think it's slightly higher now. Y is negative 3.04. Okay, that feels good. I think that would be fun, right? Fun to have a little world to walk in that's kind of like sized like that. It looks like you won't see the top of that roof there though, which is fine. But yes, the sides of the building are noticeably transparent. So I do have to add something here. I just have to think of how I want to do the model now, because it's like these roofs are really what's messing with it. I mean, who's to say I have to follow the rules of keeping a unit, right? If I'm just like going to, I can extend the edges. Like I really could. I could just be like, these two edges specifically, I can expand further. Like I actually can. And if I do that, then I mean, in terms of UV mapping, it messes with the sizing there, but that's an option. I would probably want it to redo that section, but then that makes it so this right here will be inside of there and it will actually look right. So if I just basically took that part and stretched it out, but then I would be doing the opposite, right? Like, why don't I just do it the other way and bring this in? Right? It would be like doing the same thing. But am I extracting? Oh, I'm extracting. Right. Okay. So something more like that. Right. And then I just collapse this, I think. Or I need to keep that there and I just modify the face underneath. So now there's a face behind this face, but I can't select it now. All right, hold on. Was excuse me. Redo Control Shift Z. What? Shell extrude? See? Did that even work? No, that still has that face there. Like, it doesn't matter if I extrude it because it's like... Right? I mean, again, doing something like this would remodel, would mess with all this, so... That's the only problem with doing it this way. I'm trying to avoid that. I could just make the model literally have another set of points. Like, I could just add another model in. And combine them? I think I can combine them too, eventually. Or I just load them as a set. So that's interesting, right? If I make another model that just has the sidewalls in it, I could do it that way. There's a lot of ideas here. A lot of decent ideas I could go with. I still like the idea of just pushing these out. God. Like, that idea is pretty decent. It's just that face uses this little edge right here. So I would have to, like, if I moved this over more, or I made the whole sprite, I mean, this would be the hot fix, right? This would be the very easy, like, boom. We're done. We've made it easy to add in walls without much effort. Oh god. Let me do this side. Just enough to get the bottom to overlap where the next set of walls are gonna be, basically. So we have that. We have, I need to do this a little further, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A little more. Oh, this is only, so this one I actually have to move over the image, the texture, which I can do. That's fine. It's just this particular building is gonna look squished, but this is good to keep in mind going into the future. Like, of course I can move all these textures over later. And that means the walls are now, oh wait, I'm supposed to extrude them. No wonder it looks funny. I didn't do this right. Extrude. Yeah, so it's more like that. Just enough to give them a small overhang. The same on this side. Like that. Okay. See how that works. Why doesn't it work? Oh, I guess the draw just takes over. You see? Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? I just need this part. Hmm. Maybe I'll just do it here. No, I needed like a reference though. Okay. Should be... Oh, good. I can just have it redraw the edges back in. Or faces. Whoa. I don't think I want to do that. Just... I wish I could do it for not all of them, but it's whatever. So I already have this image loaded. I can just save it and export again. The new model. I want to make sure it displays right still. Okay, still displays right. We can see now those extend a little further out. The UVs are a little different, which is fine. And then I'm just gonna open that new image and... Wait, did it not export the new image? Hold on. Or did I hit export again by accident? God dang it. I think I hit export. Building 1 UV. That way I don't keep overwriting it. Cool. Take this. I'm gonna impose it here for now. Hello? Okay. So now, first take a look at this one. This part right above here. I kind of wanted it to draw faces, I'll be honest. Let me do this again, but with faces. Oh, I can do it for individual ones. Wait, that's exactly what I wanted. God. Come on now. Great texture, draw faces. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Cool. Much better. Okay. You know what? It's basically the same, isn't it? Cool. Now at least I have these parts. So this from earlier, I can literally use. It looks like I have to perspective it though. See. Which is gonna suck, but what can you do? So let's... I think if I do this, it'll be easier. be something like this. More or less. Yeah. See how that looks? Wrong image. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Huh. I mean, from the side, how would that look, I guess? I guess we could see, huh? Why is it... What? Oh, it's on the side. Right. It would be pretty apparent that it's not connected to the building. Why is it not a lot closer to it? I feel like it should be. I guess I can move this back now, though. Now that I have the ability to. Yeah, I could really push it back into there. Until it's, like, lined up the way I want it to be. Which might be fine. Something like that. I'm probably gonna have to do it for all of them, so... Oh, I need to export the model again. Oh. Stop. Cool, much better. I can almost live with that. I think the problem is it's not tall enough. Yeah, it looks to me like there's some that's probably why it looked weird in the UV mapping part of it. Just like this needs to be all the way to here. It's to cover that entire roof. It's a little messy because I extruded it, but oh yeah, this doesn't go all the way to the edge either. So I could bring that in. This needs to connect. Which again is just part of the result of the extrusion. Messing with it. So it'd be like this. And I guess I would just cut it off with the texture mapping itself. I would just eyeball it. Probably like this or so would do. Is that close? That looks close. I'll take it. Good. Perfect. Close enough, I'd say. Do the same for the others. So what is with that green part? That's this, right? Just extend it out there. God knows how far. Or is it that? It's this, I think. Right? Yeah, because we actually have texturing there now. No, it's actually this. It's just the part that sticks up. Oh, it's this thing? No. Is it? I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, it's here. I see. Okay. So now we gotta make this. Okay. I pretty much want to just use the same sidewalling for all of this. I could go with that fence thing too. Like, what if there was just a small fence that stuck out here? Would that be cute? But then I would still need a wall for the side in the end, so I would need both. And I don't know how much more detailed I want to get with that, so... But I could extend this out further, technically. But yeah, it's just... For now, let's get this going. So, wall. What? Wall. Let me move it, please. I think all of them are perspective basically the same way. If I just do that. Export it. Oh, whoa, what? Oops. Okay. And then I just have to actually bring it back, right? Yeah, cool. Just like that, kinda. For some reason this is like leaking out now, but that's... Where is that coming from, actually? Oh, that's just like the line. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Oh, it's this. Get rid of that. Cool. It just wasn't showing up before. It's cute. I like it. It needs to be a little taller. What's going on? And I think I want to do the same thing, just squish this down a little bit. A little bit more. think that works. More or less. Something popping up over here. Oh, it's that line. Some of these pesky lines. Okay. Looks a little funky because some of this kind of got pulled back due to that, but maybe I'll extract this a little bit out. Just to line it back up. Oh, nope, that makes it worse. Undo. It would have to be... I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's more like I would have to stretch out, I think, this face, just like the edge here. Even then, it's just like there's one pixel somewhere around here that's not connecting from the top. Oh, it is from the top. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can just real quick. What? That. No. Okay. Then maybe like this. I think it'd be more like just right here would change. Even that. But then again, I think it'll be fine. Yeah. You just undo, 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 undo. Yeah, I think we're fine. I'm not worried about that. Let's do the other side. Get those two pieces in place. I think it's gonna be the same because it's like the same length. Should be anyway. Probably somewhere around there. And somewhere around here. Me hopes. Okay. That one's towards the edge. Oh, these are connected. I guess they're both moving. Or extrude it. There you go. Kind of like that. These also need stuff on the sides to kind of... These need stuff in between to kind of match the whole building. So it's like, shrink that one by a bit. Connect these two. And well, that might actually be it. fill in that hole. Something like that. I guess because you can't see this roof, like that, it kind of messes with things, but maybe I should actually add the underside to that one because you can actually see under there. So maybe UV map these. It's just like a tiny sliver. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? But let me remap them. Like, are they... Okay, I'm looking at them like that. I see. So let me rotate them. Rotate more, please. Ideally, they'd be very horizontal, and then scale it a bit. And I think we can use that to properly map it. I do need to actually... Dang it. Create a texture of that. So right here, we're gonna do like that green roof part. Just like, I think just, I think using this would be best. I have to rotate it, of course, but... Probably would look something like this. Scale that out immensely. Wait, I'm editing the wrong layer. God dang it. Try that again. Just do it from here. Oh, one moment. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Well, it's inverted, and the other one is not even showing up, probably because I have to do the top part. Okay, so it's flipped. So I need to do that, maybe? Okay, I need to flip it vertically. And then I need to extend it a little bit. Just a teensy bit. Okay. I think that more or less will cover it for now. I don't know if I want to do the same down there. I don't think it's necessary right now. Just gives us a little more room to work with. I think I want to extend the top of that a tiny bit as well. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oh, back. Okay. Thanks for the new model. And it should be good. Oh, well, thanks. We're building one. I'm not seeing the bottom texture there. Did I not export it? Export. Export. I guess it just doesn't render that way. Oh, it's on this side, right. I guess I really want one on that side too. So it looks funny right now. Very funny. Actually, is my phone charged? My phone is charged. Oh. He'll live. He'll live. Head over falls. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that side almost looks good. I just want to make that part a little taller. I think that should look fine. Okay, this looks like a building. Now let me do the other side. So it also wants... Huh? Where is it? I heard it too. Where's your phone? Good. All right, so the other side, I basically will have to do the same thing. I'll need to grab the face right here, and I'll have to texture that as well. So right now the UV mapping for that is small. I could work with that though. Or I'll move it, I guess. Ooh, don't do that. Just move it. Wait. Oh, it's not. Can I cut? No. Yeah, if I do that, it's gonna mess with it a lot. Actually, would that work? Oh, that might actually do it. No, I'll texture manually. It's good to know it's right there though. I can just add in the roof right there. Let me paste it on a different layer, stupid. Different image layer, please. Thank you. I just want to see how that looks. I think it'll look silly, but it's a start. Okay. So I do need to flip it. Flip. Oh, it needs to be a lot smaller. And then these go here. So I don't need this for the most part. And almost. I just don't want it to be as long. Be like that. How's that? Now this part doesn't make sense. Cut that off too. And we looking better. Actually, I'll be honest, these lines should line up with those. So maybe I should fix that real quick. That just require me to move them up a little and replace those with some lines. How far up? Really depends. Okay, it's getting close. A little bit more. A little bit lower. Cool. Looking good. Do it on the other side, and I think this building is done. At least I'm happy with it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm probably going to use the same building in multiple places. I'll probably have to make 2 more styles, and this is probably the most complex one, so it'll take too long after this to make the rest, and then I can just palette swap them if I want them to look a little different. Or even use a different like style of wall or something for the same building. I can also go that route. Just have to change out the texture, which might work as well. Okay, let's see how that looks in game. Looking good, looking good. Alright, I'm happy with it. We'll take that. Just need to clean up some stray little pieces there. This one at the end of that roof. Looks like just a line I didn't delete. Wherever that is. Looks like it's just edges of a line that's being drawn that we don't need. I should just hide all that, to be honest. Looks like there's a bit more. One of these is making extra lines up here. So it's this. It's just the way the model is. Oh. These. Okay. I can reduce those. You just need to be like this long. Which means... Okay. Should probably get ready to go, huh? Just clean up this model real quick. This would be like in one of those like videos where like you get to see what like behind what things look like and you're like, oh god, it's terrible. Right? Okay, good. That cleans it up mostly. Oh, I guess I needed that. Never mind. That back. There we go. Cool. So you're ready to start working on things. Got a little building asset. Sprites there. Got floor stuff. Have some basics getting ready. Looks like the model's not affected by lighting. I got to look into that later. Alright, let me commit all this. The model is not in here for some reason. Need to add that. Just do a git add star. We're not going to ignore this, I don't think. Oh, we're not going to ignore assets. That's what we're not going to ignore. We have been in here. Apparently there's not. Oh, it might be in here. Oh, okay. Okay, and then we're just gonna ignore cute RPG because those are commercial assets, so we don't want to do that. And just leaves the other assets. Good. Add in model and other assets from bin and map stuff, which I'm gonna have to look at again later. Building model. Cool. So I think we're at a good stopping point for now. Got most of the rendering figured out, so now it's about preparing the game itself to start adding in game stuff. Cool. Good progress for today. Work on it more as we go on in the future. Those of you that tune in, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.